Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the days before the Great Troubles came to Middle-earth, when the Shire was younger and the old magic still lingered in forgotten corners of the land, there lived in Hobbiton a peculiar family known throughout the Four Farthings for their unusual hobby. The Brambleburrs they were called, and while most respectable hobbits concern themselves with the growing of vegetables and the proper smoking of pipeweed, the Brambleburrs collected stories. Not just any stories, mind you, but the old tales. The whispered legends that grandmothers told by firelight when the wind howled cold across the water, and sensible folk bolted their round doors tight against the night. Prosper Brambleburr was the current keeper of the family's collection, a portly hobbit of middle years, whose fondness for second breakfast was matched only by his appetite for a good tale. His hobbit hole, carved into the side of Hobbiton Hill, was unlike any other in the Shire. Where other hobbits displayed their best china or hung portraits of respectable ancestors, Prosper's walls were lined with shelves upon shelves of books, scrolls, and carefully preserved parchments, each containing a story rescued from the mists of time. It was said that Prosper knew more tales than there were stars in the sky, though this was likely an exaggeration of the sort that hobbits are prone to make after their third pint at the Green Dragon. Still, there was no denying that the Brambleburr collection was extraordinary, containing stories that went back to the founding of the Shire itself, and perhaps even further, to the days when the old kings ruled from towers now fallen to ruin. On this particular autumn evening, with the harvest moon hanging fat and golden over the party tree, Prosper sat in his study surrounded by the comfortable clutter of his life's work. A fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the spines of ancient volumes. His pipe had gone out some time ago, forgotten in the excitement of examining a newly acquired manuscript that had come to him through most unusual circumstances. The manuscript had arrived that very morning, delivered by a travelling tinker who claimed to have found it tucked inside an old oak tree near the edge of the old forest. The tinker, a weathered man with shrewd eyes and calloused hands, had recognized the value of such a find and brought it straight to Prosper, knowing that the Brambleburrs paid fair coin for genuine articles of antiquity. What made this particular manuscript remarkable was not merely its age, though the yellowed parchment and faded ink spoke of many long years, but rather the tale it contained, a story that Prosper had never encountered in all his decades of collecting. The tale spoke of a time when the boundaries between the Shire and the wider world were not so firmly fixed as they had become, when hobbits still remembered that they had not always dwelt in this green and pleasant land. It told of a great journey undertaken by the first hobbits, led by a chieftain whose name had been lost to time, but whose courage had not been forgotten. These ancient hobbits had travelled from lands far to the east, fleeing some terrible darkness that the manuscript did not name directly, but only hinted at with phrases that made Prosper shiver despite the warmth of his fire. According to the tale, the hobbits had wandered for many years, searching for a place where they might live in peace, free from the troubles that plagued the larger folk of Middle-earth. They had crossed great rivers and climbed through mountain passes, suffering hardships that would have broken the spirit of lesser folk. Many had fallen along the way, claimed by illness or misfortune, until at last the survivors crested a final hill and looked down upon a green valley watered by a clear river where the land seemed to welcome them with open arms. But the valley was not unoccupied. In those ancient days, it was the dwelling place of a race of beings that the manuscript called the Green Folk, creatures neither quite elf nor quite something else, who had lived in harmony with the land since time beyond memory. These green folk were smaller than elves, but taller than hobbits, with hair like new grass and eyes the colour of spring leaves. They spoke a language that sounded like wind through willows and water over stones, and they possessed knowledge of growing things that went far beyond the simple farming that even the cleverest hobbit could master. The manuscript told how the Hobbit chieftain had approached the green folk with humility, asking permission to settle in their valley. He offered them nothing but friendship and the promise that his people would care for the land as tenderly as they would care for their own children. The green folk had listened to his plea, and after much deliberation among themselves in their musical language, they had agreed to share the valley with these newcomers, but only if the hobbits would accept 3 gifts and 3 warnings. The first gift was the gift of growing, the knowledge of how to coax food from the earth in such abundance that hunger would never trouble the hobbit folk. The second gift was the gift of finding, the ability to discover what was lost or hidden, whether it be a misplaced trinket or a deeper truth concealed beneath surface appearances. The third gift was the gift of mending, the power to repair what was broken, to heal what was wounded, and to restore what had been damaged, though this gift came with limitations that would reveal themselves in time. As for the warnings, they were these. The first warning was to never forget the darkness they had fled from, for forgetfulness would leave them vulnerable should that darkness ever reach westward. The second warning was to keep their hearts humble and their desires simple, for greed and pride had been the downfall of greater races than theirs. The third warning was perhaps the strangest of all, that in each generation there would come a time when a hobbit must venture beyond the safe boundaries of their land to face some trial or perform some deed that would ensure the continuation of their peace, and when that time came, they must not refuse the call, no matter how comfortable their lives had become. Prosper read these words by firelight and felt a chill that had nothing to do with any draught from his door. He had always thought of hobbits as a people who had simply been, who had always dwelt in the Shire as naturally as mushrooms grew in the forest. The idea that his ancestors had come from elsewhere, fleeing from some nameless terror, and that they had made a bargain with mysterious beings in exchange for their green and pleasant home, this was knowledge that felt almost dangerous to possess. Yet, as he read further, the manuscript took an even more peculiar turn. It claimed that the green folk had not simply vanished after granting their gifts and delivering their warnings. Instead, they had remained in the land, though they had withdrawn from open contact with the hobbits. They had woven themselves into the fabric of the Shire itself, becoming part of the very earth and water, the trees and grass. In times of great need, the manuscript suggested, they could still be called upon, though the method of summoning them had been forgotten, or perhaps deliberately hidden, lost somewhere in the vast collection of stories and songs that the hobbits had accumulated over the long years of their dwelling. The manuscript went on to describe several instances when these green folk had supposedly made their presence known. There was the tale of Old Took the Great, who had ruled as Thane in the early days of the Shire's history. It was said that in his youth, before he inherited his title, he had gotten himself thoroughly lost while mushroom hunting in the woody end. Night had fallen, and with it had come a thick fog that obscured even the stars. Old Took, then merely Young Took, had wandered in circles for hours, growing more desperate with each passing moment, until he had finally sat down beneath an elm tree and wept from frustration and fear. According to the manuscript, a voice had spoken to him from the tree itself, or perhaps it was the tree that had spoken. The distinction was unclear. The voice had asked him why he wept, and Young Took, too exhausted and frightened to question the strangeness of a talking tree, had explained his predicament. The voice had laughed, a sound like leaves rustling in a breeze, and had told him to follow the path that would open before him. When Young Took had opened his eyes, which he had squeezed shut in his distress, he had found that the fog had parted to reveal a trail of luminescent mushrooms, glowing with a soft green light that led him safely home. Ever after, Old Took had maintained a special reverence for the woody end, and had forbidden any hobbit from cutting down the trees there without good reason. He would often walk among those trees in his later years, and sometimes those who accompanied him reported he would pause and seem to be listening to something they could not hear, nodding his head as if in conversation with an invisible companion. Then there was the story of Belladonna Took, Old Took's daughter, who would later become the mother of Bilbo Baggins. The manuscript told of a time in her girlhood when a terrible drought had struck the Shire, lasting through the spring and into the summer until the crops began to wither in the fields and the wells ran dry. The hobbits had tried everything they could think of, from rain dances to prayers. But the sky remained stubbornly clear, and the sun beat down mercilessly day after day. Young Belladonna, bold and adventurous even then, had taken it upon herself to do something about the situation. She had walked to the very centre of the Shire, to a place where ancient standing stones marked what was rumoured to be the first settlement of the Hobbit folk. There, according to the manuscript, she had called out to the green folk, asking them to remember the ancient compact and to help the hobbits in their time of need. For a long while, nothing had happened, and Belladonna had begun to feel rather foolish, standing alone among the stones and talking to the empty air. But then she had noticed that the grass around her feet, brown and dead from the drought, had begun to stir as though moved by a wind, though the air was perfectly still. The grass had grown green again before her eyes, spreading outward in a circle from where she stood. Within the hour, clouds had begun to gather on the horizon, and by evening, blessed rain was falling across the entire Shire, soaking into the parched earth and saving the harvest. When Belladonna had returned home, muddy and drenched but triumphant, she had told her father what she had done. Old Took had looked at her with a strange expression, part pride and part something that might have been worry, and had made her promise never to speak of it to anyone outside the family. Some gifts, he had told her, were not meant to be called upon lightly, and some helpers preferred to remain unnamed and unacknowledged. Prosper set down the manuscript and rubbed his eyes, which had grown tired from reading the faded script by firelight. His comfortable study suddenly felt less cozy than it had before, as though the shadows in the corners had deepened and grown more watchful. He found himself thinking about all the stories in his collection, wondering how many of them might contain similar truths disguised as fancy. How many apparent fairy tales might actually be histories of events that had truly occurred? The thought was both thrilling and unsettling in equal measure. Rising from his chair with a grunt, for he was not as spry as he had been in his youth, Prosper made his way to one of his many bookshelves. His fingers traced along the spines of the volumes there until they came to rest on a slim book bound in green leather that had faded to a soft sage colour with age. This was one of the oldest items in his collection, a book of songs and verses that had belonged to his great-grandmother, who had claimed to have learned them from her own grandmother in turn. Prosper carried the book back to his chair and opened it carefully, mindful of the fragile pages. He had read through this book many times over the years, enjoying the simple verses about planting and harvest, about love and loss, about the changing of the seasons and the comfort of home. But now, in light of what he had just read in the manuscript, he found himself looking at the songs with new eyes, searching for hidden meanings that he might have overlooked before. One song in particular caught his attention, a planting song that was supposed to be sung while sowing seeds in the spring. The verses spoke of calling down the sun and calling up the rain, of asking the earth to be generous and the seasons to be kind. Prosper had always assumed these were merely poetic phrases, the sort of flowery language that found its way into old songs. But what if they were something more? What if they were actually a form of supplication to the green folk, a way of invoking the ancient gifts that had been granted so long ago? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that his collection might be full of such hidden knowledge, practical magic disguised as poetry and song, spells masquerading as stories. It was a dizzying thought, and Prosper found himself wishing he had someone with whom he could discuss these ideas. But he was a bachelor, living alone with his books and his pipe, and most of his neighbours thought him quite odd enough already, without him babbling about ancient compacts and mysterious green folk. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he almost missed the soft tapping at his window. When he finally noticed it, he assumed it was merely a branch blown by the wind, though the evening had been remarkably still. But the tapping came again, more insistent this time, and Prosper set down his book with a frown and went to investigate. Pulling back the curtain, he found himself face to face with a bird perched on his windowsill. It was a thrush, a lovely creature with speckled brown feathers and bright, intelligent eyes. The bird tilted its head, looking at him with what seemed like deliberate purpose, and then it tapped its beak against the glass 3 times, as though knocking for admittance. Now, hobbits are not generally given to flights of fancy, but Prosper Brambleburr had spent his entire life immersed in stories of wonder and strangeness, and he was perhaps more inclined than most to believe that the world contained more mysteries than ordinary folk acknowledged. Without quite knowing why he did so, he unlatched the window and pushed it open. The thrush hopped inside immediately, fluttering down to land on the arm of Prosper's chair. It sat there regarding him with those bright eyes, and Prosper had the distinct impression that it was waiting for something, though what that might be he could not say. He stood in the middle of his study, feeling rather foolish, wondering if he had made a terrible mistake in letting the bird inside. What if it knocked over his inkwell or damaged one of his precious books? But the thrush simply sat there, perfectly still and well-behaved, continuing to fix him with that penetrating stare. Prosper cleared his throat, feeling more foolish still, and said, "Well then, have you come about the manuscript? Is that what this is about?" To his utter astonishment, the thrush bobbed its head up and down 3 times, exactly as if it were nodding in agreement. Prosper felt his knees go weak, and he had to sit down rather abruptly in the chair opposite his usual seat, for the thrush was occupying that one. His heart was pounding in his chest, and his mouth had gone quite dry. "You can understand me," he said, and it was not quite a question. Again, the thrush nodded, and then it opened its beak and began to sing. The song was unlike any bird call Prosper had ever heard, though it was beautiful in its way. It rose, and fell in patterns that seemed almost like speech, almost like words in a language he did not know, but felt he should be able to comprehend if he only listened carefully enough. Prosper leaned forward, straining to catch the meaning behind the melody. As he listened, something strange began to happen. The words of the manuscript he had been reading seemed to float up in his memory, overlaying themselves on the thrush's song, and suddenly, impossibly, he understood. The bird was telling him a story, or perhaps it was continuing the story that the manuscript had begun, taking up the thread of the tale where the written words had left off. The thrush sang of the third warning, the one that spoke of a hobbit in each generation who must answer a call to venture beyond the Shire's borders. It sang of how this was not a burden, but a gift, a chance to honour the ancient compact, and to ensure that the hobbits remained connected to the wider world, not isolated and ignorant of the currents that moved through Middle-earth. The thrush sang of how some hobbits had answered the call willingly, like Belladonna Took, who had married a Baggins, and raised a son who would one day walk paths that no hobbit had walked in living memory. It sang of others who had resisted, who had clung to their comfort and their routine, and how the Shire had suffered in subtle ways during those times, though few had noticed the connection. Crops had failed, winters had grown harsher, the simple joys that made hobbit life so pleasant had seemed somehow diminished, like food that had lost its flavour, or music that had lost its melody. But most importantly, the thrush sang of now, of this very moment, of this particular autumn evening, when the harvest moon hung gold and heavy in the sky. It sang of a danger that was stirring far to the east, something old and hungry that had not been seen in the Shire for generations beyond counting. It sang of how the time had come once more for a hobbit to remember the old compact, to honour the ancient bargain, and to venture beyond the comfortable boundaries of home. When the thrush finally fell silent, Prosper sat in stunned stillness, his mind reeling from what he had heard. The bird continued to regard him with those bright, knowing eyes, and Prosper felt a creeping certainty growing in his chest, a realization that he desperately wanted to deny but could not. "You cannot mean me," he said at last, his voice coming out as barely more than a whisper. "I am a collector of stories, not a participant in them. I am comfortable here with my books and my fire. I have never been further than Bree, and that was quite far enough. Thank you very much. Surely there must be some mistake." The thrush tilted its head, and if a bird could look sympathetic, this one did. But it did not nod or make any gesture of agreement. Instead, it hopped closer to where the manuscript lay on the side table, tapping its beak against the yellowed parchment 3 times, just as it had tapped against the window glass. Prosper felt his stomach sink. "The manuscript came to me," he said slowly, working through the implications. "It was meant to come to me. The tinker did not simply happen to bring it to my door. This was arranged somehow." The thrush bobbed its head in confirmation, and then it began to sing again, a shorter song this time. It sang of how the green folk did not choose their champions based on strength or courage, or any of the qualities that might make for a traditional hero. They chose those who understood the power of stories, who knew that the truth could be found in tales, who had spent their lives preserving memory and meaning. They chose those who would not forget what they had learned, even when the journey grew difficult and the way seemed dark. "But I do not know how to fight," Prosper protested, even as he felt his resistance crumbling beneath the weight of inevitability. "I have never held a sword in my life. I can barely walk to Bywater without getting winded, let alone embark on some grand quest. What help could I possibly be against an ancient danger? The thrush sang a third time, and this song was different from the others. It was not informative or explanatory. It was, Prosper realized with a start, encouraging. It spoke of how the greatest power was not physical strength, but knowledge and understanding. How a well-told story could change hearts and minds in ways that no weapon ever could. How the preservation of memory was itself a form of magic more potent than any spell. As the thrush sang, Prosper felt something stirring within him, something he had not felt in many years. It was the same feeling he had experienced as a young hobbit when he had first discovered his family's collection, when he had realized that these old books and scrolls were not merely dusty relics, but living connections to a past that still had power in the present. It was a sense of purpose, of being part of something larger than himself, of having a role to play in the great ongoing story of Middle-earth. He thought of all the tales he had collected over the years, all the heroes and villains, the trials and triumphs, the darkness overcome and the light preserved. He had always seen himself as outside those stories, as an observer and chronicler rather than a participant. But perhaps that had been the wrong way to think about it. Perhaps every person was part of the story, whether they recognized it or not, and the only question was whether they would play their part with courage or shrink from it in fear. Prosper stood up, his decision made even though every sensible part of his mind was screaming at him that this was madness. "Very well," he said, addressing the thrush, as formally as if it were a visiting dignitary. "I will go, though I confess I have no idea where I am meant to go, or what I am meant to do when I get there. I hope that will become clearer as I proceed." The thrush gave what could only be described as a pleased chirp and launched itself from the chair arm, flying in a circle around Prosper's head before landing on his shoulder. It was surprisingly light, barely more than a whisper of weight, and Prosper felt an odd comfort in its presence there, as though he had gained a companion for the journey ahead. "I suppose I should pack," he said, more to himself than to the bird. "Though what does one pack for a quest? I have read about such things often enough, but the practical details were always rather vague." He moved about his hobbit hole, gathering supplies with the methodical care that came from a lifetime of organizing and cataloguing. He packed a sturdy leather satchel with provisions, bread and cheese, and a few apples from his larder, along with a water skin and his favorite pipe with a pouch of tobacco. He added a warm cloak, for autumn nights could grow chill, and a walking stick that had belonged to his grandfather. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he carefully wrapped the mysterious manuscript in oiled cloth and tucked it into his satchel as well, along with the Green Book of Songs. If this journey was about honoring old stories and ancient bargains, it seemed only right to bring the evidence of those tales with him. As he prepared, the thrush watched from various perches around the room, occasionally offering a chirp that Prosper interpreted as either approval or gentle mockery. He was not entirely sure which, when at last he stood by his round green door, satchel in hand and wearing his best travelling coat. He paused to look back at his beloved study. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a soft orange glow across the crowded bookshelves and comfortable furniture. He wondered if he would ever see this place again, and the thought brought a lump to his throat. "I am being dramatic," he scolded himself. "I shall likely be back in a week, having accomplished nothing more than a pleasant walk and perhaps a visit to some other collector who knows something about this manuscript." But even as he said it, he did not quite believe it. The thrush's song had carried a weight of seriousness that could not be denied, and the manuscript itself spoke of dangers and duties that went far beyond the pleasant routine of hobbit life. With a final deep breath, Prosper opened his door and stepped out into the night. The harvest moon bathed the landscape in silver light, making the familiar hills and hedgerows look strange and magical. The thrush flew from his shoulder and perched on his gatepost, singing a few notes that seemed to indicate a direction, eastward toward the far edge of the Shire and the lands beyond. "East it is then," Prosper said, adjusting his satchel and setting off down the lane. His feet, large and furry as all hobbit feet were, made soft sounds on the packed earth of the path. Behind him, the lights of Hobbiton began to wink out one by one as sensible hobbits settled into their beds for the night, completely unaware that one of their number was embarking on a journey that might determine the fate of their peaceful land. The first part of his journey took him through country he knew well, past farms where he had often stopped to trade a story for a meal, through small copses where he had gathered mushrooms in seasons past, But as the night wore on and the moon climbed higher, the landscape began to change. The hedgerows grew wilder and less well tended. The paths became less distinct, as though fewer feet travelled this way. Prosper found himself relying more and more on the thrush's guidance, following the bird as it flitted from tree to fence post to standing stone, always leading him eastward. By the time the first light of dawn began to paint the eastern sky in shades of pink and gold, Prosper was thoroughly exhausted. His feet, tough though they were, ached from the unaccustomed walking. His stomach rumbled, reminding him that he had missed both dinner and supper, which was quite unacceptable by Hobbit standards. He looked around for a suitable place to rest, and perhaps eat a bite of his provisions. The thrush led him to a small clearing beside a stream, where an ancient oak tree spread its branches in a protective canopy. Gratefully, Prosper settled himself against the tree's broad trunk, pulling out his bread and cheese. He was about to take a bite when he noticed something peculiar about the oak. Its bark bore markings that looked almost like writing, flowing symbols that reminded him of the script in the mysterious manuscript. Setting down his food, Prosper stood and moved closer to examine the tree. The symbols were deeply carved, worn by weather and time, but still legible to one who knew how to look. They told a story, he realized, or perhaps they were a map, or maybe they were both at once. The symbols spoke of safe paths and dangerous ones, of places where the green folk still held sway, and places where their influence had faded. They spoke of a journey that must be undertaken in stages, each stage bringing the traveller closer to understanding the true nature of the danger that threatened the Shire. As Prosper traced the symbols with his fingers, he felt a strange tingling sensation, as though the tree itself were alive and aware of his touch. The oak seemed to shiver, and for a moment, just a moment, Prosper thought he heard a voice, soft as wind through leaves, speaking words he could not quite understand but felt in his bones. "You are welcome here, Storykeeper," the voice seemed to say. "Rest and gather your strength. The path ahead grows more difficult, but you do not walk it alone. The old compact holds, and those who keep faith shall find aid when they need it most." Prosper stepped back, his heart pounding. He looked at the thrush, which regarded him with what might have been amusement in its bright eyes. The bird hopped down from its branch and landed beside the stream, dipping its beak into the clear water, as if to demonstrate that Prosper should do the same. Taking the hint, Prosper knelt by the stream and cupped his hands, bringing the cold, sweet water to his lips. It was the most refreshing drink he had ever tasted, seeming to wash away not just his thirst, but his weariness as well. He felt renewed, strengthened, as though he had slept for hours rather than walked through the entire night. After eating his simple breakfast and refilling his water skin from the stream, Prosper consulted the manuscript again, spreading it carefully on a flat stone and studying it in the growing light of day. Details that had been unclear by firelight now revealed themselves. There were annotations in the margins, written in a different hand than the main text, notes that seemed to have been added over many years by different readers. Some were in languages Prosper recognized, others in scripts he had never seen before. One annotation in particular caught his attention. It was written in what appeared to be Old Westron, the common tongue of ages past, and it spoke of a place called the Grove of Whispers. According to the note, this grove lay at the exact centre of the Shire, though few hobbits knew of its existence anymore. It was there, the annotation claimed, that the green folk had first made their pact with the hobbit chieftain, and it was there that their presence remained strongest. If Prosper wished to understand the nature of the danger facing the Shire and learn what must be done to prevent it, the Grove of Whispers was where he needed to go. The problem, as Prosper quickly realized, was that he had no idea where the exact centre of the Shire might be. He had never thought about such things before. The Shire was simply home, a collection of familiar places and well-loved paths, not something that needed to be measured or mapped with such precision. He looked at the thrush hopefully, wondering if the bird might provide guidance once again. The thrush sang a short melody and then took flight, not eastward as before, but south and slightly west, back toward the heart of the Shire. Prosper gathered his belongings and followed, trusting that the bird knew where it was leading him. As he walked, the sun climbed higher in the sky, warming the autumn air and burning away the morning mist. The countryside through which he travelled was beautiful, in the way that only the Shire could be, with its gentle hills and neat farms, its carefully tended gardens and cheerful hobbit holes built into the hillsides. Yet now, looking at it with new eyes, Prosper began to notice things he had never seen before. There were patterns in the way the old trees grew, forming lines and circles that seemed too deliberate to be accidental. The standing stones that dotted certain fields were not randomly placed but aligned in ways that suggested ancient purpose. Even the streams and rivers seemed to flow in patterns that, once noticed, could not be ignored. The Shire, Prosper realized, was not just a place where hobbits happened to live. It was a designed thing, a created space shaped by intelligence and intent. The green folk had not simply allowed the hobbits to settle here. They had prepared this land for them, woven protections and blessings into its very fabric, created a sanctuary where simple folk could live in peace, protected from the darkness that prowled the edges of Middle-earth. This realization filled Prosper with a sense of responsibility heavier than any burden he had carried before. If something threatened this carefully crafted refuge, if some danger had found a way to penetrate the ancient wards and protections, then the consequences would be dire indeed. The Shire was not just his home. As the day wore on, Prosper passed through villages and hamlets he had never visited before, though they were part of the Shire he had called home all his life. He saw hobbits going about their daily business, working in fields and tending gardens, gossiping at market squares, and sharing pints at local inns. None of them seemed aware that anything was amiss, and why should they be? The danger the manuscript spoke of was still distant, still gathering its strength. But Prosper could feel it now, a wrongness at the edge of his awareness, like a sour note in a familiar song or a shadow that fell at the wrong angle. The thrush led him to a part of the Shire he had heard of but never seen, a region where the farms grew fewer and the wild places more abundant. Here, ancient forest pressed close against meadowland, and the hills rose higher, their slopes thick with oak and ash and thorn. The paths became less defined, little more than game trails winding between the trees, and Prosper had to watch his step carefully to avoid roots and rabbit holes. It was late afternoon when they came to a place where the forest opened into a clearing. At first glance, it seemed like any other clearing, a circle of grass surrounded by trees. But as Prosper stepped into the open space, he felt a change in the air, a thickness, a sense of presence that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The sunlight that filtered through the surrounding trees took on a greenish cast, as though it were passing through water rather than air. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of 7 stones, each one reaching roughly to Prosper's shoulder. They were not the rough, weathered standing stones he had seen elsewhere in the Shire. These were smooth and polished, covered in the same flowing script he had seen on the oak tree, glowing faintly with a light that seemed to come from within the stone itself. Between the stones grew grass of the most vivid green Prosper had ever seen, each blade seeming to shimmer with its own inner luminescence. The thrush flew directly to the center of the stone circle and perched atop the tallest stone, singing a long, complex melody that echoed strangely in the clearing, as though the space itself were larger than it appeared. Prosper hesitated at the edge of the circle, suddenly uncertain. Everything in his sensible hobbit nature told him that stepping into that circle would change things in ways he could not predict or control. But he had come this far, had accepted this burden, and turning back now would be a betrayal of everything the manuscript had revealed. Taking a deep breath, Prosper stepped over the boundary of the stone circle. The moment his feet touched the luminous grass, the world shifted. It was not a physical change. Not exactly, but rather as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes. The clearing was still a clearing, the stones still stones. But now he could see them truly, could see the power that flowed through them and the purpose for which they had been raised. The stones were anchors, he realized, points where the protection of the green folk touched the physical world most strongly. They formed a web of power that spread out across the entire Shire, invisible to ordinary sight, but no less real for that invisibility. And that web was damaged. Prosper could see it now, could see where threads of protection had been frayed and broken, where darkness had begun to seep through like water through cracks in a dam. As he stood there, trying to comprehend what he was seeing, the air in the center of the circle began to shimmer. Figures materialized, tall and slender, neither quite solid nor quite transparent. They were beautiful in a way that made Prosper's heart ache, with flowing hair that moved in a wind he could not feel. and eyes that held depths of knowledge and sorrow. The green folk had answered his presence in their sacred place. There were 3 of them, 2 who might have been male and 1 who might have been female, though their features were strange enough that Prosper could not be entirely certain. They stood in a triangle around him, not threatening but definitely surrounding, and they regarded him with expressions that mixed curiosity with what might have been disappointment. The one who stood directly before him spoke, and her voice was like the sound of leaves rustling and water flowing, musical and strange. "Storykeeper," she said, and somehow Prosper understood the words, though they were in no language he had ever learned. "You have come late. The web is breaking, and we have not the strength we once possessed to mend it. The world grows older, and we grow thinner, more distant from the solid earth. Soon we shall be no more than whispers on the wind, and then not even that." Prosper found his voice, though it came out smaller and more uncertain than he would have liked. The manuscript spoke of a danger, an ancient darkness stirring in the east. Is this what has damaged the web of protection? The green folk exchanged glances, and the one to Prosper's left spoke, his voice deeper but no less musical. "The darkness is old, yes, older even than our compact with your people. It has many names and many forms. In your tongue, you might call it forgetting. It is the force that erodes memory, that turns living history into dead legend, that transforms truth into mere story, and it grows stronger as those who remember grow fewer." The third of the green folk, standing behind Prosper so that he had to turn to see him, continued the explanation. "When your people first came to this land, they remembered. They remembered the darkness they had fled, remembered the cost of forgetting, remembered that vigilance was the price of peace. They kept the old songs alive, passed down the true tales from parent to child. But generations have passed, and with each passing, the memories have grown dimmer. The stories are still told, but they are no longer believed. They have become entertainment rather than instruction, fancy rather than fact." The first speaker took up the thread once more, and as the stories have been forgotten, as belief has faded, the protections we wove have weakened. Our power was never our own alone. It came from the partnership between your people and ours, from the compact that bound us together in common purpose. When you forget, we fade, and when we fade, the darkness finds entry. Prosper felt the weight of these words settling over him like a physical burden. "But I have not forgotten," he protested. "I have spent my entire life preserving stories, keeping the old tales alive. My family has maintained this tradition for generations." "Yes," the green folk said in unison, their 3 voices blending into one harmonious chord. "That is why you could hear the thrush's song. That is why you could read the symbols on the oak and see the true nature of this place. That is why we called you here, Storykeeper. For you are perhaps the last of your people who truly remembers, who understands that stories are not mere entertainment, but living truth." The female figure stepped closer to Prosper, and he could see now that she was fading even as she stood before him, becoming more transparent with each passing moment. "The web requires renewal," she said, and there was urgency in her musical voice. "The 7 stones must be visited in the proper order, and at each one, a story must be told. Not just any story, but the true stories, the ones that your people have forgotten or dismissed as mere fancy. The stories of how the Shire came to be, of the compact between your folk and ours, of the gifts and the warnings and the duties that were accepted in those ancient days. But who will listen?" Prosper asked, thinking of his neighbours in Hobbiton who already thought him peculiar for his obsession with old tales. The hobbits of the Shire care for their gardens and their meals, their pipes and their ales. They have no interest in ancient compacts and mystical protections. They will think me mad if I go about telling such stories and insisting they are true. The male figure to his left made a sound that might have been laughter, though it held no humour. "They need not believe at first. The telling itself has power, whether the listeners accept the truth or not. Stories plant seeds, Storykeeper, and seeds grow in their own time. Some will dismiss your tales as fanciful nonsense. But others, a few at first, and then more, will feel the truth resonating in their hearts. They will remember, even if they do not know they are remembering. And with each remembering, the web grows stronger." The third green folk spoke again from behind him. "You must begin tonight, before the moon sets. The first stone lies in the east farthing, near the village of Stock. There you must tell the story of the first crossing, of how your people came to this land and what they left behind. The stone will know if you speak truly, and if your telling is honest and heartfelt, it will accept the offering and begin to restore the thread of protection. And the other stones? Prosper asked, his mind already racing ahead, trying to calculate how long such a journey would take, how many days or weeks he would be traveling the Shire, telling stories to skeptical hobbits. Each will reveal itself when the time is right, the first speaker said. The thrush will guide you, as it has guided you here. Trust in the old compact, Storykeeper. Trust in the power of memory and the strength of stories told with conviction and belief. The three green folk began to fade more rapidly now, their forms becoming no more substantial than morning mist. We have little time left, the female said, her voice growing faint. The world changes, and we change with it. Soon we shall be gone entirely from this realm, passed into legend ourselves. But the protections can endure if your people remember, if they choose to hold fast to the truth of who they are and where they came from. This is the gift we gave, and this is the gift that must be renewed in each generation. You are that generation's keeper, Prosper Brambleburr. Do not fail. And then they were gone, vanished as completely as though they had never been there at all. Prosper stood alone in the circle of stones, the thrush still perched atop the tallest one, regarding him with bright, patient eyes. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, and Prosper knew he should hurry if he was to reach Stock before the moon set. But first, he took out the manuscript and the book of songs from his satchel and read through them again, this time with full understanding of what they contained. These were not just stories and verses, they were instructions, a manual for maintaining the compact between hobbits and the green folk. Every planting song was also a renewal of the gift of growing. Every tale of old heroes contained within it a remembrance of the duty to answer the call when it came. The entire collection he had spent his life assembling was, he now realized, a guide for exactly the task he had been given. As he read, Prosper began to compose in his mind the story he would tell at the first stone. He would speak of the ancient hobbits who had journeyed from the east, fleeing a darkness that had consumed their homeland. He would describe their long wandering, the hardships they endured, the friends they lost along the way. He would paint a picture of their desperation and their hope, their weariness and their determination. And he would tell of how they came at last to this green valley and found the green folk waiting, and of the bargain that was struck beneath stars that shone brighter in those days than they did now. The story took shape in his mind, growing clearer and more vivid with each passing moment. He could see it all as though he had been there himself, as though the memories of his ancestors had awakened in him and made themselves available for the telling. This was the gift of the Storykeeper, he realized. The ability to reach back through the generations and touch the truth of what had been, to make the past live again in the present through the power of words and belief. When he was ready, Prosper gathered his belongings and left the Grove of Whispers, following the thrush as it led him east towards Stock. The journey took several hours, and by the time he arrived, the moon was hanging low in the western sky, threatening to set at any moment. The village was quiet, with most hobbits already abed, but a few lights still shone from windows, and Prosper could hear voices coming from the inn. The thrush led him past the inn and through the sleeping village to a field at the eastern edge of Stock. There, half hidden by overgrown grass and surrounded by a thicket of blackberry brambles, stood one of the ancient stones. It was smaller than those in the Grove of Whispers, reaching only to Prosper's chest, but it bore the same flowing script and gave off the same faint luminescence, though dimmer than before, as though a light were guttering and about to go out. Prosper stood before the stone, suddenly uncertain. The green folk had said he must tell the story, but to whom? There was no one here to listen, and the idea of standing in an empty field talking to a stone seemed absurd, even after everything he had witnessed. Yet, time was running short. The moon touched the western horizon, and he could feel a sense of urgency emanating from the stone itself, as though it were crying out for the renewal that had been too long delayed. He opened his mouth to begin the tale, but before he could speak, voices called out behind him. Turning, he saw a small group of hobbits approaching, led by a stout fellow carrying a lantern. The innkeeper of Stock, Prosper realized, along with several of his patrons who had apparently noticed the stranger wandering through their village and decided to investigate. Here now, the innkeeper called out, raising his lantern higher. "What's all this then? Bit late for evening walks, isn't it? And what business have you skulking about our fields?" Prosper's heart sank. This was not the audience he would have chosen. Suspicious villagers roused from their comfort, and likely to view him as either a trespasser or a madman. But perhaps the green folk had been right. Perhaps the listeners did not need to be willing, only present. "My name is Prosper Brambleburr," he said, drawing himself up with as much dignity as he could muster. "I am a collector of stories from Hobbiton, and I have come to Stock on an errand of great importance. This stone before which I stand is ancient, far older than any hobbit dwelling in the Shire. It marks a place of power and memory, and tonight I have been charged with the task of telling a story that has been too long forgotten." The hobbits exchanged glances, and one of them, a thin fellow with a skeptical expression, snorted derisively. "Stories at midnight in Farmer Bunce's field? Next you'll be telling us you can talk to trees and dance with elves." "I make no claims to dancing," Prosper replied, surprising himself with the steadiness of his voice. "But I do claim to know the true history of our people, and if you will grant me the courtesy of listening, I shall tell you a tale that concerns every hobbit in the Shire, whether they know it or not." Perhaps it was the conviction in his voice, or perhaps it was simply curiosity about what this strange visitor might say, but the hobbits settled themselves on the grass, the innkeeper placing his lantern on a nearby stump so that its light illuminated both Prosper and the ancient stone. The thrush, which had been waiting silently in a nearby tree, flew down to perch on top of the stone, as though giving its approval to the proceedings. Prosper took a deep breath, placed his hand upon the stone, and felt a tingle of energy run through him, as though the stone itself were lending him strength, and then he began to speak. He told them of the ancient days, of a time before the Shire existed, when the hobbit folk had lived in lands far to the east. He spoke of green valleys and swift rivers, of comfortable holes in hillsides and fields rich with grain, of a life much like the one they knew now, but shadowed always by the knowledge that darkness prowled at the edges of their world. He described how that darkness had grown stronger over the years, creeping closer, consuming villages and blighting the land, until the hobbit chieftain had made the hard decision that they must flee or be destroyed. His words painted pictures in the air between him and his listeners, and he saw their skeptical expressions begin to soften as the story took hold. He told of the long journey westward, of hardships endured and loved ones lost, of near despair and stubborn hope. He made them see the faces of those ancient hobbits, made them feel the ache in their feet and the hunger in their bellies, the fear that dogged their steps and the courage that kept them moving forward. And then he told them of the arrival in this land, of how the weary travellers had crested a final hill and looked down upon the most beautiful valley they had ever seen. He described their meeting with the green folk, those mysterious beings who had dwelt here since the first music of creation, and of the compact that was made. He spoke the words of the 3 gifts and the 3 warnings, and as he did so, the stone beneath his hand grew warmer and began to glow more brightly. The hobbits watching saw the change in the stone, saw how its light grew steadier and stronger as Prosper spoke, and their expressions shifted from skepticism to wonder. The thin hobbit who had mocked earlier leaned forward, his eyes wide, while the innkeeper nodded slowly, as though remembering something he had heard long ago in his own childhood. When Prosper finished his tale, the stone beneath his hand blazed with light so bright that the hobbits had to shield their eyes. The glow pulsed once, twice, 3 times, like a heartbeat returning to a body that had been near death, and then settled into a steady, warm radiance that pushed back the darkness of the field. Where before the stone had seemed a dead thing, worn and forgotten, it now thrummed with renewed vitality, and Prosper could see in his mind's eye the thread of protection extending outward from it, reconnecting with the greater web that protected the Shire. The hobbit sat in stunned silence for a long moment, and then the innkeeper rose to his feet, brushing grass from his breeches. "I'll be blessed," he said softly. "My old grandmother used to tell a story something like that when I was a wee lad. Said it was true as daylight, but I always thought it was just fancy. But seeing that stone light up like a lantern, well, it makes a fellow reconsider what he thinks he knows." The thin hobbit who had scoffed earlier came forward and placed his own hand tentatively on the stone, as though testing whether it was real. "It's warm," he said, wonder evident in his voice, "and it's humming, like bees in a hive. I can feel it right through to my bones." One by one, the other hobbits approached the stone, touching it with reverent hands, feeling the power that flowed through it. And as they stood there in the moonlight, Prosper saw something remarkable happening. Their eyes were changing, gaining a new depth, a new awareness. They were beginning to see, truly see, the world around them for what it was, a place of magic and mystery, of ancient compacts and ongoing duties, not just a comfortable collection of farms and villages where nothing ever changed. "There are other stones," Prosper said quietly, and all eyes turned to him. 6 more scattered across the Shire, each one marking a place of power, each one requiring a story to renew its protection. "I must visit them all before the work is complete, and the telling may take many days or even weeks. But I cannot do this alone. The stories must be heard, and the more who hear them, the stronger the renewal will be." The innkeeper nodded firmly. "Then you'll have listeners, Master Brambleburr. We'll spread word through the East Farthing that you're coming, and what you're about. Some will think us daft, but some will come to hear. And that's what matters, isn't it?" And so it was that Prosper began his journey across the Shire, guided always by the faithful thrush. At each stone he told a different story, drawing from the deep well of knowledge he had accumulated over his years as a collector. He told of the gift of growing at a stone near the Bywater Pool, and the farmers who heard him found that their crops grew more abundantly in the seasons that followed. He told of the gift of finding at a stone in the South Farthing, and those who listened discovered that lost things had a way of revealing themselves to them in unexpected places. Word of the story keeper spread before him, and at each stone his audience grew larger. Hobbits came from miles around to hear the old tales told with such conviction and power that the stones themselves responded, blazing with renewed light and strength. Some listeners remained skeptical, dismissing what they saw as tricks of moonlight and shadow, but others felt the truth resonating in their hearts, waking memories that had slept for generations. By the time Prosper reached the 7th and final stone, located near the ancient standing rocks at the very western edge of the Shire, hundreds of hobbits had gathered to witness the completion of his task. He stood before them as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, and told the story of the third warning, of how each generation must send forth one of their own to honor the compact and ensure the continuation of their peace. He spoke of how comfortable lives could make folk forget the price of safety, how prosperity could breed complacency, and how the greatest danger was not always the obvious threat from without, but the slow erosion of memory and purpose from within. And he told them that he had been chosen for this generation, not because he was brave or strong, but because he had never stopped believing in the power of stories to contain and convey truth. When he finished, all 7 stones blazed simultaneously, their light visible across the entire Shire, a network of protection restored and renewed. The web was whole again, its threads woven tight and strong, pushing back the darkness that had begun to seep through. The hobbits who witnessed it would tell their children and grandchildren of that night, and those children would tell their own children in turn, ensuring that the memory would not be lost again for many generations to come. Prosper returned to his hobbit hole in Hobbiton as autumn turned to winter, his satchel lighter but his heart fuller than when he had left. His neighbours greeted him with new respect, for word of his deeds had reached even those who had not witnessed them directly. Some still thought him peculiar, but now it was the sort of peculiarity that marked someone as special rather than simply odd. He settled back into his comfortable study, surrounded once more by his beloved books and scrolls. But everything had changed. The stories were no longer simply objects to be collected and preserved. They were living things, seeds waiting to be planted, truths waiting to be spoken, magic waiting to be renewed. And Prosper understood now that his life's work had been preparing him for exactly this purpose, to be the keeper not just of stories but of memory itself, ensuring that what was true would not be forgotten. The thrush visited him often after that, perching on his windowsill and singing songs that only he could understand, reminding him that the work was never truly finished, that each generation must renew the compact in its own way. And Prosper was content, knowing that when his time came to pass into memory himself, there would be others ready to take up the task, to keep the stories alive and the Shire protected. For that, after all, was the greatest gift of the Hobbit folk, their ability to remember what mattered, to hold fast to simple truths, and to ensure that the peace they enjoyed was never taken for granted, but always honoured and renewed. Story 2. In the days before the great adventures that would one day shake the very foundations of the Shire, when Bilbo Baggins was but a young hobbit learning to blow smoke rings from his father's pipe, there lived in Hobbiton a peculiar family known throughout the Four Farthings for their most unusual occupation. The Greenboughs, as they were called, were keepers of stories, and their small round door, painted the colour of fresh spring leaves, marked them as different from their more practical neighbours, who concerned themselves with the sensible matters of seed crops and ale brewing. Old Meriadoc Greenbough, the grandfather of the family, had in his younger days been a wanderer, which was itself a most un-hobbit-like quality. He had travelled as far as Bree, some said, and had even spoken with rangers and heard tales from travelling dwarves in the prancing pony. When he returned to the Shire in his 40th year, his head was full of stories that no other hobbit had heard, stories that made the young ones shiver with delight and the old ones shake their heads with disapproval. But Meriadoc had a gift, you see, for he could take these strange tales from the wide world and weave them together with the homely wisdom of the Shire until they became something new entirely, something that belonged to hobbits and spoke to hobbit hearts. Now, Meriadoc had a grandson named Samwise Greenbough, though this was not the famous Samwise who would one day journey to Mount Doom, but rather a different Sam altogether, one whose adventures never took him beyond the borders of the Shire yet, who saw more wonder in a single meadow than most hobbits saw in a lifetime. Young Sam had inherited his grandfather's gift for stories, but unlike old Meriadoc, he had no interest in the world beyond the Shire. Instead, he collected the forgotten tales of hobbit folk, the old legends that grandmothers whispered to their grandchildren on winter nights, the half-remembered songs that farmers hummed as they worked their fields, the strange occurrences that happened in out-of-the-way places and were dismissed by sensible hobbits as mere fancy. It was Sam's particular hobby to walk the length and breadth of the Shire with a leather-bound journal and a good supply of pencils, stopping at every hobbit hole to ask if anyone remembered the old stories. Most hobbits would invite him in for tea, naturally, for no hobbit would turn away a visitor at mealtime, and over seed cake and blackberry jam they would rack their memories for tales their own grandparents had told them. Some remembered only fragments, a line from an old song, or the name of a legendary hobbit from centuries past. Others, particularly the very old hobbits in the more remote corners of the Shire, could recite entire tales that had never been written down, stories that existed only in memory, passed from one generation to the next like precious heirlooms. One autumn evening, as the last golden leaves were falling from the party tree, and the smell of wood smoke hung sweet in the air, Sam sat in his grandfather's study, surrounded by journals filled with his collected tales. Old Meriadoc, now well into his 11th decade, and moving slowly but still sharp of mind, sat in his favourite chair by the fire, puffing on his pipe and watching his grandson with knowing eyes. Sam had been unusually quiet all through supper, barely touching his roast chicken and buttered potatoes, and Meriadoc knew the signs of a young hobbit wrestling with a difficult decision. Finally, Sam closed the journal he had been studying and looked up at his grandfather. He had been thinking, he said, about all these stories he had collected, hundreds of them now, filling dozens of journals. What good were they doing sitting on shelves in the study? Stories were meant to be shared, to be told and retold, to bring comfort and joy, and sometimes a useful lesson to those who heard them. But Sam was not a performer, like some of the travelling storytellers who occasionally passed through the Shire. He grew flustered speaking before groups, and could never remember the proper dramatic pauses that made a tale come alive. Meriadoc listened to his grandson's concerns, nodding slowly and sending up thoughtful clouds of pipe smoke. When Sam had finished, the old hobbit was quiet for a long moment, gazing into the dancing flames of the fire as if seeking wisdom there. Then he spoke, and his voice carried the weight of his many years. He told Sam that there were many ways to share stories, that not every tale needed to be performed with grand gestures before a crowd. Some stories were meant to be read quietly, alone, in the comfort of one's own hobbit hole, where the reader could pause and think and let the meaning settle deep into their heart like seeds in good soil. What the Shire needed, Meriadoc said, was not another performer, but a chronicler, someone who would take these scattered tales and weave them together into a collection that could be passed down through the ages, someone who would ensure that the wisdom and wonder of hobbit folklore would not be lost when the last of the old ones who remembered these stories had gone to their rest. And who better to do this work than young Samwise Greenbough? who loved the Shire and its people more than anyone Meriadoc had ever known. Sam felt his heart swell with purpose as he listened to his grandfather's words. Yes, he thought, yes, this was what he was meant to do. He would create a great collection of Shire tales, organizing them by theme and region, adding his own notes about where each story came from and what it meant to the hobbits who had preserved it. The very next morning, Sam began his great work in earnest. He cleared the large oak table in the study, moving aside stacks of old maps and pressed flowers until he had a proper workspace. Then he brought out all his journals, arranging them in the order he had filled them, from his very first expedition to the East Farthing 5 years ago, to his most recent journey through the North Farthing just last month. The sight of them all together, their leather covers worn from travel and their pages filled with his careful handwriting, made him realize just how much he had accomplished without even knowing he was working towards something greater. He decided to begin with the oldest tales, the ones that reached furthest back into Hobbit memory, stories from the days before the Shire was even settled, when hobbits wandered the wild lands east of the Brandywine and lived in burrows dug into hillsides, wherever they could find good earth and relative safety. These were the hardest stories to verify, as they had been told and retold so many times that the truth had become thoroughly mixed with fancy. But they were also the most important, for they told hobbits where they came from and why they valued the things they valued. As Sam flipped through his earliest journals, one story in particular caught his attention. He had heard it from old Widow Rumble, who lived in a tiny hobbit hole on the outskirts of Michel Delving, so old that no one could remember exactly how many years she had seen. She had served Sam nettle tea, he remembered, which was not his favourite, and ginger biscuits that were hard enough to crack teeth, but her memory had been sharp as a tack, and her voice had carried the rhythm of a tale told many times before. She had spoken of the days when hobbits first came to the lands that would become the Shire, fleeing from some great trouble in the east, though what that trouble was had been lost to time. The hobbits in those days, Widow Rumble had said, were not quite like the hobbits of the present age. They were hardier folk, used to sleeping under the stars and going without proper meals for days at a time. They had to be, for the lands were wild and dangerous, full of wolves and worse things that came down from the mountains. But even then, even in those hard times, hobbits had their distinctive qualities. They were peaceful by nature, avoiding fights when they could, and seeking always to build rather than destroy. They loved good food and comfort, even when such things were scarce. And they had, even then, a peculiar resistance to the corruptions and enchantments that seemed to trouble the big folk so easily. According to Widow Rumble, the hobbits had been led to the Shire by a hero whose name had been forgotten, though some called him the Wanderer and others the Finder. This hero had dreamed of a land of green hills and fertile valleys, a place where hobbits could live in peace and plenty, where the earth was rich and the weather mild, where they could build proper hobbit holes and tend proper gardens and raise their children in safety. For years he had led his people westward, following his dream, and many had doubted him and wanted to turn back. But he had persisted, and at last they had come to the lands beyond the Baranduin, and they had seen that the dream was true. Sam copied this story carefully into a new journal, the one he had designated as his official collection. He added his own notes about where he had heard it, and from whom, and he included his thoughts about what the story meant. It was, he wrote, a tale about hope and perseverance, about the importance of following your vision even when others doubted. But it was also a tale about home, about the deep hobbit need for a place of their own, a safe haven where they could live according to their own ways. The Shire was not just a place on a map, the story suggested, but the fulfillment of something hobbits had been seeking for generations, perhaps for their entire history as a people. As he worked, Sam found himself thinking about all the hobbits who would read these stories in years to come. He imagined young hobbits sitting by their fires on winter evenings, opening this collection and discovering tales they had never heard before. He imagined old hobbits finding stories they had heard in their youth and thought forgotten, feeling that warm glow of recognition and remembrance. He imagined hobbits in times of trouble finding comfort and wisdom in these old tales, seeing how their ancestors had faced difficulties and overcome them through courage and cleverness, and the simple hobbit virtues of kindness and common sense. The work was slow and painstaking. For each story he included, Sam had to review his notes carefully. sometimes consulting multiple versions of the same tale that he had heard from different hobbits in different parts of the Shire. He had to decide which details to include and which to leave out, how to organize the narrative so it flowed smoothly, where to add explanations for references that modern hobbits might not understand. Sometimes days would pass when Sam made little progress, stuck on a particular story that seemed to resist his attempts to capture it properly on paper. During these times, he would take long walks through the Shire, seeking inspiration in the very landscape that had given birth to these tales. He would wander through the fields of the South Farthing, where the pipeweed grew tall and fragrant, or climb to the top of the hill country in the North Farthing, where ancient barrows dotted the landscape like sleeping giants. The Shire itself seemed to speak to him during these walks, whispering secrets through the rustle of leaves and the babbling of brooks, reminding him why this work mattered. One particularly stubborn story concerned the origin of the harvest festival that hobbits celebrated every autumn, a tradition so old that no one questioned it anymore, but simply accepted it as part of the natural order of things. Sam had collected 7 different versions of how the festival began, each from a different region of the Shire, and each contradicting the others in important ways. The East Farthing hobbits claimed it originated as a celebration of the first successful crop planted in the Shire, while the South Farthing folk insisted it commemorated a great gathering of all the hobbit clans in ancient times. The West Farthing version involved a magical apple tree, and the North Farthing tale spoke of an agreement made with the elves who had lived in these lands before the hobbits arrived. Sam spent 3 full days puzzling over this story, spreading his journals across the table and reading each version over and over, trying to find the common thread that ran through all of them. His grandfather, watching from his chair by the fire, finally offered a piece of advice that would shape how Sam approached many stories thereafter. Perhaps, Meriadoc suggested, the truth was not in choosing one version over the others, but in understanding what the different versions revealed about the hobbits who told them. Each region of the Shire had its own character, its own concerns and values, and naturally they would remember the same event in different ways, emphasizing the aspects that mattered most to them. This insight opened up an entirely new way of thinking about the stories for Sam. He began to see them not just as records of past events, but as windows into the hobbit soul, revealing what different communities valued and how they understood their place in the world. The East Farthing hobbits, proud of their agricultural prowess, naturally remembered the festival as celebrating farming success. The South Farthing folk, who took great pride in their long lineages and family connections, would of course emphasize the gathering of clans. The West Farthing hobbits, who lived closest to the Old Forest and had more contact with strange and magical things, included elements of wonder in their version. And the North Farthing hobbits, who shared borders with lands where other folk dwelt, preserved the memory of their relationship with those others. So Sam included all the versions in his collection, presenting them one after another, and adding his own observations about what each revealed. He noted how stories changed as they traveled from place to place, how details were added or subtracted based on local knowledge and experience, how the same basic tale could take on entirely different meanings, depending on who was telling it and why. This approach, he found, made the collection richer and more interesting than if he had simply tried to determine the one true version of each story. As autumn deepened into winter, and the first snows began to fall on the Shire, Sam made steady progress on his collection. He worked mostly in the mornings when his mind was freshest, transcribing stories and adding his notes. In the afternoons, he would often read aloud to his grandfather, testing how the stories sounded when spoken, making sure they had the right rhythm and flow. Meriadoc would listen carefully, occasionally suggesting a word change here or a rephrasing there, drawing on his long experience as a storyteller to help Sam polish the narratives until they shone. One story that gave Sam particular satisfaction to record was the tale of Tobold Hornblower, the hobbit who had first cultivated pipeweed in the Shire. This was a relatively recent story, only a few generations old, but it had already taken on the qualities of legend. Different versions disagreed on exactly how Tobold had discovered the plant or what had given him the idea to smoke it, but all agreed on the basic facts. He had been a hobbit of the South Farthing, a farmer with an experimental turn of mind, and his discovery had brought pleasure and profit to hobbits throughout the Shire. What interested Sam most about this story was how it showed the hobbit character at its best. Tobold had not been a great warrior or a powerful wizard or a king. He had been an ordinary hobbit, a farmer with a good idea, and the persistence to develop it. His contribution to Hobbit life had come not through grand adventures or heroic deeds, but through patient work and practical innovation. This, Sam thought, was the essence of Hobbit wisdom. The understanding that true greatness lay not in dominating others or seeking glory, but in improving the common life, through honest effort and creative thinking. Sam included in his notes on this story some observations about how hobbits differed from other folk of Middle-earth. While men built great kingdoms and fought terrible wars, while elves created works of surpassing beauty and dwelt in timeless wonder, while dwarves delved deep and hoarded treasure, hobbits focused on simpler pleasures. They cultivated their gardens and perfected their recipes. They sang songs and told stories. They valued comfort and friendship above power and glory. This was not weakness, Sam wrote, but a different kind of strength. The strength to resist the lure of domination and destruction that seemed to corrupt so many of the great and powerful. Hobbits knew that a good meal shared with friends was worth more than all the gold in a dragon's hoard, that a well-tended garden brought more lasting satisfaction than conquering a kingdom. As winter settled over the Shire in earnest, bringing short days and long nights perfect for working by lamplight, Sam turned his attention to the darker stories in his collection. Every culture had such tales. He knew stories meant to frighten children into good behavior or warn adults away from dangerous places and foolish choices. There was, for instance, the tale of the Black Rider who appeared on stormy nights, riding a great dark horse and searching for something he had lost long ago. Different versions disagreed on what he sought, some saying it was a stolen treasure, others claiming it was his own lost soul, but all agreed that meeting him on the road brought bad luck. Sam had heard this story from at least a dozen different hobbits, and while the details varied, the core remained consistent. The Black Rider was a warning about travelling alone at night, about the dangers that lurked beyond the safe boundaries of Hobbitlands. Then there were the stories about the Old Forest, that wild wood on the eastern border of the Shire that hobbits avoided whenever possible. The trees there were said to be strange and aware, moving when no one was looking, whispering to each other in voices like the rustle of leaves. Paths that seemed clear would suddenly become tangled and overgrown, leading travellers in circles until they were hopelessly lost. And deep in the heart of the forest, some said dwelt Old Man Willow, an ancient tree of terrible power, who could trap unwary travellers in sleep and drag them down into his roots. Sam approached these darker tales with special care, for he knew they served an important purpose beyond simple entertainment. They were, in their way, as vital to Hobbit culture as the cheerful harvest songs and comic tales of foolish adventures. They reminded hobbits that the world was wider and stranger than their comfortable hobbit holes, that danger existed beyond their borders, that caution and common sense were virtues worth cultivating. A hobbit who had heard tales of the Old Forest would think twice before venturing into unknown woods, and that caution might one day save his life. Yet Sam was careful not to make these stories too frightening. The Hobbit way was to acknowledge danger without dwelling on it, to be sensible without being fearful. So he selected versions of the tales that emphasized how the dangers could be avoided through wisdom and good judgment, how hobbits who kept their wits about them and followed sensible precautions could travel safely even through perilous lands. The Black Rider never caught anyone who stayed home by their fire on stormy nights. The Old Forest never trapped anyone who kept to the proper paths and travelled in daylight. One evening, as Sam was working on a particularly tricky passage about the Barrow Downs, those ancient burial mounds that lay north of the Shire and were said to be haunted by the spirits of long-dead kings, his grandfather cleared his throat in a way that meant he had something important to say. Sam looked up from his work, his pen poised over the page, and waited. Meriadoc sat silent for a long moment, gazing into the fire with the distant look that meant he was remembering something from long ago. When he finally spoke, it was to tell Sam a story he had never heard before, one that Meriadoc had kept to himself all these years. It had happened during his wandering days, he said, when he had ventured farther from the Shire than any sensible hobbit should go. He had been young and foolish, curious about the wide world, and convinced that hobbits were missing out on great adventures by staying home. So he had set off one spring morning with a pack full of provisions and a head full of romantic notions about what he would find beyond the borders of the Shire. For several weeks, all had gone well. He had reached Bree without incident and spent a few days there, listening to travelers' tales in the prancing pony and feeling quite sophisticated and worldly. But then he had made the mistake of continuing eastward, following the Great East Road toward the Misty Mountains, drawn by stories of ancient kingdoms and forgotten treasures. The road had grown lonelier as he traveled, passing through lands where few hobbits ever ventured, where the farms gave way to wilderness and the comfortable inns became scarce. One night, he had been forced to camp beside the road, miles from any settlement. He had built a small fire and was preparing his supper when he heard footsteps approaching through the darkness. At first he thought it might be another traveler, but something about the sound made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The footsteps were too heavy to be those of a hobbit, too measured and deliberate to be those of an animal. They came steadily closer, and Meriadoc found himself frozen with fear, unable to move or call out. Then, stepping into the circle of firelight, came a figure that made his blood run cold. It was tall and cloaked in shadow, its face hidden beneath a deep hood, and it carried with it an aura of such ancient sorrow and menace that Meriadoc felt his courage drain away like water through his fingers. The figure stood there for a long moment, regarding him silently, and Meriadoc was certain his last hour had come. He thought of his comfortable hobbit hole back in the Shire, of his family and friends, of all the things he would never do or see. He thought of how foolish he had been to leave the safety of his home, to venture into lands where hobbits were not meant to go. And in that moment of despair, something unexpected happened. The figure spoke, and its voice, though deep and strange, held no threat. It asked Meriadoc what a hobbit was doing so far from home, and the question was asked not with menace, but with what seemed like genuine curiosity. Meriadoc, finding his voice at last, stammered out his story, explaining his desire to see the world and his belief that hobbits were missing out on great adventures. The figure listened without interruption, and when Meriadoc had finished, it was silent for another long moment. Then it sat down by the fire, moving with a weariness that spoke of long journeys and heavy burdens. What the figure told Meriadoc then, over the course of that long night, changed the young hobbit's understanding of the world forever. It spoke of the great events unfolding in Middle-earth, of the struggle between light and darkness that had raged since the Elder Days, of kingdoms rising and falling, of heroes who fought and died in battles that would be remembered in song and story. It spoke of the weight of history, of how the great and powerful were often crushed beneath the burden of their own importance, of how the pursuit of glory and dominion led inevitably to sorrow and loss. And then it said something that Meriadoc never forgot, words that echoed in his mind for the rest of his days. It said that hobbits, in their simple contentment and their focus on the small pleasures of life, had perhaps found a wisdom that eluded the great and powerful. By choosing to tend their gardens rather than conquer kingdoms, by valuing friendship over glory and comfort over power, hobbits had created something precious and rare in Middle-earth, a place of peace and happiness that endured while empires crumbled and heroes fell into shadow. The Shire, the figure said, was not a backwater hiding from the great events of history, but a sanctuary preserving something that the rest of the world had lost or never possessed. When dawn came and the darkness lifted, the figure rose and departed without another word, striding away down the road until it vanished from sight. Meriadoc sat by the dying fire for a long time, thinking about what he had been told. Then he packed up his belongings, turned his back on the road eastward, and began the journey home. He never spoke of that encounter to anyone, keeping it locked in his heart as a private treasure, but it shaped everything he did thereafter. His wandering days were over, and he returned to the Shire with a new appreciation for what it meant to be a hobbit. Sam listened to his grandfather's tale in wondering silence, his pen forgotten on the table. When Meriadoc finished, Sam asked who the figure had been, but his grandfather only shook his head. Some mysteries, he said, were better left unsolved. What mattered was not who the stranger was, but what he had taught a foolish young hobbit about the value of home and the wisdom of small things. Sam nodded slowly, understanding that this story was different from the others in his collection, a personal memory rather than a folk tale, yet somehow more true for being rooted in actual experience. That night marked a turning point in Sam's work on the collection. He began to see the stories not just as entertainment or moral instruction, but as a record of hobbit wisdom, a chronicle of how his people had learned to live well in a dangerous world. The tales taught caution without paranoia, encouraged kindness without weakness, celebrated simple pleasures without denying the existence of darkness and danger. They showed hobbits at their best, facing difficulties with courage and good sense, helping one another through hard times, finding joy in everyday things. As winter gave way to spring, and the first green shoots appeared in the gardens of Hobbiton, Sam's collection grew thicker and more comprehensive. He had organized the stories into sections, grouping them by theme and type. There were tales of hobbit heroes, ordinary folk who had shown extraordinary courage in times of need. There were stories explaining how various customs and traditions had begun. There were cautionary tales warning against greed, pride, and other vices. There were comic stories meant purely to entertain, featuring clever hobbits outwitting trolls or getting the better of pompous neighbours. And there were the deep old tales, the ones that reached back to the beginning of Hobbit history and spoke of fundamental truths about who hobbits were and why they lived as they did. Each section of the collection required its own particular approach, Sam discovered. The heroic tales needed to be told in a way that emphasized the ordinary nature of the heroes, for hobbits distrusted those who put on airs or claimed special status. The hobbit heroes in these stories were not mighty warriors or powerful sorcerers, but farmers and millers and shopkeepers who rose to meet unexpected challenges through resourcefulness and determination. There was the tale of Prosper Brambleburr, who had saved 3 hobbit children from drowning in the Brandywine by fashioning a rope from his own clothes and the branches of a willow tree. There was the story of Belladonna Took, who had nursed an entire village through a terrible fever using only herbs from her garden and her knowledge of old remedies. What made these stories powerful, Sam realized, was not the magnitude of the deeds, but their context. Gorbodoc had been an old hobbit, well past his prime, who could easily have called for help instead of acting himself. Belladonna had been barely more than a lass, with no formal training in healing, who could have fled the village to safety instead of staying to help. The heroism lay in the choice to act when action was needed, to help when help was required, to stand firm when standing firm mattered. These were lessons any hobbit could apply in their own life, and that made the stories valuable beyond mere entertainment. The explanatory tales, those that accounted for various customs and traditions, required a different touch. Sam had to balance the fantastic elements that made the stories memorable with a certain plausibility that would satisfy skeptical readers. Take, for instance, the tale of why hobbits always planted marigolds around their doors. The story claimed it began when a hobbit lass had fallen in love with the sun itself, and the sun, touched by her devotion, had transformed her tears into golden flowers that bloomed wherever they fell. It was a lovely story, but Sam added a note suggesting that perhaps the more practical reason was that marigolds repelled certain pests, and their bright colour was cheerful to see upon coming home. He found that many of these explanatory tales had a grain of practical wisdom buried beneath the fantastical surface. The story of why hobbits knocked 3 times before entering another's hole claimed it was to give the house spirits time to hide, but the real reason, clearly, was to give the occupant time to prepare for visitors, or to call out that they were not receiving guests. The tale of why one should never cut down an elder tree without asking permission told of an angry tree spirit who cursed a careless woodcutter, but the underlying message was about respecting nature and thinking carefully before destroying something that had taken years to grow. The cautionary tales were perhaps the trickiest to handle, for they needed to frighten without terrifying, to warn without creating excessive fear. Sam had heard many versions of the story about the hobbit who was too greedy, who hoarded his wealth instead of sharing with neighbours in need, and who eventually found that his gold had turned to withered leaves and his food to ashes. Different versions ended differently, some having the greedy hobbit learn his lesson and reform, others having him die alone and unmourned. Sam chose to include the version where the hobbit changed his ways, for he felt hobbits needed hope as much as they needed warnings. There was also the delicate matter of how much darkness to include. Some of the stories Sam had collected were genuinely frightening, tales of hobbits who had ventured into forbidden places and met terrible fates, of mysterious disappearances and unexplained hauntings. His grandfather advised caution with these tales, suggesting that they be presented in a way that emphasized how the misfortunes could have been avoided. The hobbit who vanished in the old forest had ignored all warnings and travelled alone at night. The lass who was enchanted by a mysterious stranger had failed to heed her mother's advice about talking to those she did not know. The lesson was clear: follow the wisdom of your elders, respect proper boundaries, and you would likely stay safe. As spring deepened and the Shire burst into full bloom, Sam found himself spending more time outdoors, taking breaks from his work to walk through the flowering meadows and along the winding lanes. These walks were not mere recreation, but part of his working process, for he found that the stories came alive in a new way when he stood in the places they described. When he walked past the old mill in Hobbiton, he thought of the tale of the miller's daughter who had saved the village's grain from a flood by working through the night to move it to higher ground. When he crossed the bridge over the water, he remembered the story of two hobbit lads who had dared each other to swim beneath it and had gotten stuck, requiring half the village to pull them free. The Shire itself was a palimpsest, Sam realized. Layers of stories written one over another across the landscape. Every hill and hollow, every tree and stream had tales associated with it. Memories of things that had happened there, legends that had grown up around notable features. The great oak that stood at the crossroads between Hobbiton and Bywater was said to have been planted by the first mayor of the Shire, and hobbits still left small offerings at its roots during important festivals. The deep pool in the Brandywine where the water ran dark and still was rumoured to be bottomless, and stories claimed that something ancient dwelt in its depths, though no hobbit had ever seen it. Even the party tree, that magnificent specimen that dominated the party field, had its own collection of tales about celebrations held beneath its branches and lovers who had met there, and adventures that had begun with gatherings in its shade. Sam began to include notes in his collection about these places, creating a kind of geographical guide to hobbit folklore. He drew simple maps showing where various stories were set, marking the locations that featured prominently in multiple tales. This added another dimension to the collection, connecting the stories to the physical reality of the Shire and helping readers understand how the tales grew out of the land itself. A story was not just words on a page, but was rooted in actual soil, actual trees, actual streams that a hobbit could visit and see with their own eyes. One morning in late spring, as Sam was working on a particularly complex tale about a clever hobbit who had outwitted a troll by convincing it that mushrooms grew better at night if you sang to them, he received an unexpected visitor. There was a knock at the door, 3 sharp raps as was proper, and when Sam opened it, he found standing there a hobbit he had never seen before. The stranger was old, older even than Meriadoc, with a face so creased and weathered it looked like tree bark. He wore clothes that marked him as coming from far away, from the East Farthing perhaps, or even beyond the borders of the Shire. The old hobbit introduced himself as Fastolf Burrows, and he said he had heard from a cousin in Michel Delving about Sam's project of collecting hobbit tales. He had travelled all the way from his home near the Brandywine Bridge because he possessed a story that he believed should be preserved, a tale that had been passed down in his family for generations, but which he feared would die with him, as he had no children to tell it to. Sam invited him in immediately, settling him in the chair by the fire that had been Merodoc's favourite, and brought out tea and seed cake, while Fastolf gathered his thoughts. The story Fastolf told was unlike any Sam had heard before. It concerned the very founding of the Shire, but it included details that contradicted the accepted history. According to Fastolf's version, the hobbits who had settled the Shire had not simply wandered there by chance or been guided by a visionary leader. They had been fleeing from something specific, something terrible, that had driven them from their previous homes with such urgency that they had abandoned everything they could not carry. What that something was, the story did not say, or perhaps that knowledge had been lost over the generations, but it was described as a shadow that had fallen across the eastern lands, a darkness that swallowed villages and left nothing but silence in its wake. The hobbits had fled westward in a great exodus, families and clans that had never travelled together before united by their common desperation. They had suffered greatly on the journey, losing many of their number to hunger and cold and the hazards of the wild lands. When at last they had come to the lands west of the Brandywine, they had found them already inhabited by other folk, and there had been negotiations, perhaps even conflict, before the hobbits were granted permission to settle. The price they had paid for this permission was never spoken of directly in the story, but there were hints of a great debt owed, of promises made that bound the hobbits to certain obligations. Sam listened to this tale with growing fascination and some concern. If it were true, it cast the history of the Shire in an entirely different light. Hobbits were not simply a peaceful folk who had stumbled upon a pleasant land and decided to stay. They were refugees, survivors of some catastrophe, who had been granted sanctuary but at a cost. Yet Sam could not simply dismiss the story, for Fastolf told it with such conviction, such wealth of specific detail, that it had the ring of truth. The old hobbit described the route the refugees had taken, naming rivers and mountains that matched actual geography. He spoke of specific families and their fates, some of which Sam recognized from other old tales he had collected. When Fastolf finished his story, Sam sat in silence for a long time, thinking about what he had heard. Finally, he asked the old hobbit why this version of history had been preserved in his family but nowhere else, why it differed so greatly from the accepted account. Fastolf smiled sadly and explained that his ancestors had been among the leaders of the refugee hobbits, those who had negotiated the settlement and made the binding promises. They had felt the weight of that responsibility keenly, and they had passed down the true story as a kind of sacred trust, a reminder that the peace and safety of the Shire had not come freely but had been purchased at a price. Over time, as generations passed and the immediate danger faded into distant memory, most hobbits had forgotten or chosen to forget the darker aspects of their history. They preferred the simpler story of wandering hobbits finding a pleasant land, and gradually that became the accepted truth. But some families, like Fastolf's, had preserved the older, harder story, believing that hobbits should remember what they had escaped and what they owed. This remembering had been a burden, Fastolf said, for it set his family apart, made them seem strange and morbid for clinging to dark tales when everyone else celebrated the bright present. His own children had refused to learn the story, embarrassed by their father's insistence on dwelling in the past. Now, he was the last keeper of this memory, and when he died, it would die with him unless Sam chose to preserve it. Sam found himself facing a difficult decision. Should he include this story in his collection, knowing it contradicted the cherished beliefs most hobbits held about their origins? Would doing so upset people, cause confusion, perhaps even anger those who preferred the comfortable version of history? Or did he have a responsibility to preserve all the stories he collected, even the difficult ones, trusting that future hobbits would be wise enough to grapple with contradictions and complexity? He discussed the matter with his grandfather that evening, after Fastolf had departed. Meriadoc listened carefully to Sam's recounting of the tale, and his concerns about including it. Then the old hobbit sat back in his chair and was quiet for a long time, puffing on his pipe and watching the smoke curl toward the ceiling. When he finally spoke, his words carried the weight of long consideration. Truth, Meriadoc said, was rarely simple or singular. Different people experienced the same events in different ways, remembered different details, emphasized different aspects. The story Fastolf told might be true, or it might be a distortion created by time and repeated telling, or it might be something in between, a core of truth wrapped in layers of interpretation and embellishment. But the same could be said of the accepted history, which had its own gaps and inconsistencies, its own convenient omissions and additions. What mattered was not determining which version was objectively correct, for that might be impossible after so many centuries, but preserving the multiplicity of voices and perspectives. Sam's collection, Meriadoc suggested, should be a record not of the truth, but of truths, plural. It should show how different hobbits understood their past and their place in the world, how stories changed and evolved, how memory worked to serve the needs of the present. By including Fastolf's story alongside the more common version, Sam would be giving future hobbits something valuable, the opportunity to think critically about their history, and to understand that the past was more complex than simple tales suggested. This advice resonated deeply with Sam. He realized that his collection could be more than just entertainment or moral instruction. It could be a tool for thinking, a way of encouraging hobbits to question and consider, rather than simply accepting what they were told. The contradictions and variations in the stories were not flaws to be eliminated, but features to be highlighted, for they revealed how rich and multifaceted Hobbit culture truly was. So Sam added Fastolf's story to his collection, but he did so carefully, with extensive notes explaining where it came from and how it differed from other accounts. He presented it not as the truth, but as a truth, one family's preserved memory that might shed light on aspects of Hobbit history that had been forgotten or suppressed. He encouraged readers to compare it with other versions, to think about why different stories had survived in different forms, to consider what the variations revealed about the tellers and their communities. As summer arrived and the Shire reached the peak of its yearly glory, fields golden with grain and gardens bursting with vegetables and flowers, Sam's collection approached completion. He had gathered and organized hundreds of stories, created his geographical guide to legendary places, written extensive notes and commentary. The manuscript had grown thick, far larger than he had initially imagined, and he knew that copying it all out in a final fair hand would take months more work. But he was not daunted by the task ahead. If anything, he felt energized by how close he was to realizing his vision. He imagined the finished collection, beautifully bound and illustrated, perhaps with copies made for the libraries in Michael Delving and Great Smiles, available for any hobbit who wanted to explore the rich heritage of their people. He imagined young hobbits discovering these tales for the first time, old hobbits recognizing stories they had heard in their youth, families gathering to read them aloud on winter evenings. One particular project occupied Sam during the summer months, a project that combined his love of stories with his love of the Shire itself. He decided to walk the entire Shire, visiting every significant location mentioned in the tales he had collected, and writing detailed descriptions of these places as they existed in the present day. This would create a connection between past and present, he thought, showing readers how the legendary landscapes of the stories related to the actual countryside they knew. It would also give him a chance to gather any final stories he might have missed, for there were always remote farmsteads and isolated hobbit holes where old tales might linger, known only to a few. Sam's great walking tour of the Shire took him through all 4 farthings and occupied the better part of 3 months. He travelled light, carrying only a small pack with essentials and his ever-present journal for taking notes. Hobbits being what they were, he never lacked for hospitality. Every evening he would find himself welcomed into some hobbit hole, fed a hearty supper, and invited to spend the night. In return, he would share stories from his collection, delighting his hosts with tales they had never heard, or variations on familiar favourites they knew well. The journey deepened Sam's connection to the Shire in ways he had not anticipated. Walking its roads and paths, sleeping in hobbit holes scattered across its breadth, talking with hobbits of every occupation and temperament, he came to understand the Shire not as an abstract idea, but as a living community of real folk with real lives. The stories in his collection were not just words on paper, but were woven into the daily existence of these hobbits, shaping how they saw themselves and their world, providing comfort in hard times and wisdom for navigating life's challenges. In the North Farthing, he climbed the top of the hills overlooking the Barrow Downs and stood looking out over those ancient mounds. The wind whispered through the grass, and for a moment, Sam could almost believe he heard voices from long ago, the ghosts of the dead kings who lay buried there. He thought of the stories he had collected about these barrows, tales of treasure and danger, of hobbits who had ventured too close and paid the price. Standing there in the fading light, with the sun setting in a blaze of orange and gold, he understood why such stories endured. There was something genuinely eerie about this place, something that touched the imagination, and made even a sensible hobbit think of mysteries beyond ordinary life. In the East Farthing, he visited the ancient oak where, according to legend, the first Thane of the Shire had been chosen by acclamation of all the assembled hobbits. The tree was enormous, its trunk so wide that 6 hobbits holding hands could barely encircle it, its branches spreading like a canopy over a space large enough for a small gathering. Sam sat beneath those branches for an afternoon, imagining the scene described in the story. Hobbits crowding around while their leaders debated and discussed, finally reaching consensus and lifting the new Thane on their shoulders in celebration. Whether it had actually happened that way or not, the story captured something essential about Hobbit governance, the preference for agreement over conflict, for choosing leaders based on wisdom and character, rather than power or wealth. In the South Farthing, he toured the pipeweed fields and visited the exact plot where Tobold Hornblower had supposedly first cultivated the plant. The current owner of the land, a descendant of Tobold himself, showed Sam around with pride, pointing out the rich soil and explaining how the particular combination of sun, shade, and drainage made this spot ideal for growing the finest pipeweed. The man had his own stories about his famous ancestor, tales that differed in details from the version Sam had recorded, but shared the same essential spirit. Tobold had been an experimenter, a hobbit willing to try new things and persist despite setbacks, and that quality had been passed down through his line. Stories about the forest were more immediate and fearful than those Sam had collected elsewhere, for these hobbits lived with the reality of that ancient, dangerous place. They knew it was not just a setting for scary stories, but an actual threat, and their tales served the practical purpose of teaching their children where not to go and what to avoid. Throughout his journey, Sam noticed a pattern in how stories functioned in different communities. In prosperous areas where life was comfortable and secure, the tales tended toward the comic and fantastic, serving mainly to entertain and delight. In harder places where hobbits struggled to make ends meet or faced genuine dangers, the stories took on a more serious cast, offering moral guidance and practical wisdom. The same tale might be told differently in different locations, adapted to serve the needs of particular communities. This revelation helped Sam understand his collection in a new way. The stories were not fixed and static, but living and adaptable, changing to meet the needs of those who told them and heard them. His job was not to capture some authentic original version, for no such thing existed, but to preserve a moment in the ongoing evolution of Hobbit folklore, a snapshot of how these tales existed in his particular time and place. When Sam returned to Hobbiton at the end of summer, tanned from the sun and leaner from the walking, he found his grandfather waiting for him with news both welcome and sorrowful. Merodach's health had declined in Sam's absence, and the old hobbit knew his time was growing short. But he was grateful, he said, to have lived long enough to see his grandson return and to hear about the completion of the Great Walking Tour. That evening, Sam told Merodach everything he had seen and learned, describing the places he had visited and the hobbits he had met, sharing the new insights he had gained about how stories lived in the world. Merodach listened with his eyes closed, a peaceful smile on his weathered face. And when Sam finished, the old hobbit spoke about the importance of what his grandson had accomplished. The collection Sam had created was more than just a book of stories, Merodach said. It was a gift to future generations, a treasure chest of hobbit wisdom that would endure long after both of them had gone to their rest. Hobbits who read these tales would understand where they came from and who they were, would find guidance for their own lives in the experiences of their ancestors, would feel connected to the great chain of hobbit existence, stretching back into the misty past and forward into the unknown future. 3 days later, old Merodach Greenbough passed peacefully in his sleep, and Sam mourned him deeply while also feeling grateful that they had been able to share those final conversations. In the days following the funeral, as was the hobbit custom, friends and neighbours came to offer condolences and share memories of the departed. Many of them asked about Sam's collection, for word had spread throughout the Shire about his project, and they wanted to know when they might be able to read these tales he had gathered. Their interest gave Sam the motivation he needed to push through his grief and complete the final stages of his work. He spent the autumn and early winter creating a fair copy of the entire collection, writing in his best hand and taking pains to make every page as beautiful and clear as possible. He divided the work into chapters and sections, added his geographical notes and commentary, included an index so readers could easily find particular stories. When at last the manuscript was complete, it ran to several hundred pages, a substantial volume that represented years of work and travel. Sam took the completed manuscript to a bookbinder in Michel Delving, a craft hobbit renowned for the quality of his work. Together they designed a binding that would be both beautiful and durable, with a cover of fine leather embossed with images of the Shire's landscape, hills and trees, and the winding course of the Brandywine. The title was tooled in gold letters across the spine, Tales from the Shire, a Hobbit collection, and below it, in smaller letters, compiled by Samwise Greenbough. When the bound volume was ready, Sam held it in his hands with a mixture of pride and humility. This book represented not just his own work, but the contributions of hundreds of hobbits who had shared their stories with him, the wisdom of countless generations preserved in memory, and now set down in writing. It was heavier than he had expected, substantial in a way that felt right, for it carried within it the weight of Hobbit history and culture. Sam arranged for several copies to be made, at considerable expense, but worth every penny. One copy went to the library in Michel Delving, where it would be available for any hobbit to read. Another went to the Tane at Great Smiles, to be kept in the family library there. A third copy Sam kept for himself, placing it on the shelf in his grandfather's study, where it would remain a treasured possession. Additional copies were made over time, as word of the collection spread and hobbits in distant parts of the Shire requested their own. The response to the collection exceeded Sam's most optimistic hopes. Hobbits who read it wrote to thank him, sharing how the stories had touched their hearts or reminded them of tales their own grandparents had told. Some sent him additional stories he had missed, which Sam carefully noted for possible inclusion in a future edition. Teachers began using the collection in their instruction of young hobbits, drawing on the tales to illustrate lessons about history, morality, and proper behavior. Families gathered to read the stories aloud, making them part of their own traditions and celebrations. But perhaps the most gratifying response came from the very old hobbits, those who had lived long enough to remember when many of these tales were still commonly told. They expressed relief that the stories would not die with their generation, that the wisdom and wonder preserved in these tales would continue to enrich hobbit life for years to come. Some wept as they read, recognizing tales they had heard in their youth and thought lost forever, now restored and available for their grandchildren and great-grandchildren to discover. As the years passed and Sam himself grew older, he continued to collect stories, though he never again attempted a project as comprehensive as his original collection. He added supplementary volumes from time to time, preserving new tales that came to his attention or recording variations on familiar stories. But the original Tales from the Shire remained his masterwork. The achievement that defined his life and ensured his name would be remembered in Hobbit annals. And in truth, the collection did more than preserve the past. It helped shape the future, for the hobbits who read these tales carried them forward, drawing on their wisdom in times of trouble, finding comfort in their familiar rhythms, passing them along to their own children with the same love and care their ancestors had shown. The stories lived on, as stories always do when they speak to something essential in the human, or in this case hobbit, heart. And in a world that was changing in ways both small and great, they remained a constant, a reminder of who hobbits were and what they valued, a light in the darkness and a comfort in times of uncertainty. Thus was the folklore of the Shire preserved, not as a dead relic of the past, but as a living tradition, continuing into an unknown but hopeful future.